Apua, toi on vaikein.
Toi on vaikea, joo.
Joo, otetaan puhelimen mukaan.
Ja niin, esittelyssä myös mainitaan, että entinen Apo.
Moi kaikille.
Ja ai, se varmaan olisi relevantti.
Striimiä varten saadaan minikyytit kohdilleen. Niin se on semmoinen kuin Mats Angren. Tuolta. Henna Mikkonen.
Tervetuloa mukaan 7. Eurooppa-foorumiin Turkuun. Nyt 3 päivän ajan täällä kaupunginteatterilla keskustellaan Euroopan turvallisesta tulevaisuudesta eri näkökulmista. Minä olen Meri Tulisiltala ja toimin juontajanne täällä tänään. Tällä lavalla keskustelemme tänään taloyhtiöiden roolista vihreässä siirtymässä, kulttuurista, huoltovarmuuden ylläpitäjänä sekä EUn tulevasta suunnasta. Kaikki suomenkieliset ohjelmanumerot tulkataan englanniksi Interpret-puhelinsovelluksen avulla. Lisäksi voitte liittyä mukaan chat-keskusteluun screenillä näkyvän QR-koodin kanssa. Welcome to this year's Europe Forum in Turku. For three days, the Turku City Theatre is filled with discussions about the secure future of Europe. All Finnish programs will be simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprify application onto your phone using the QR code you can see on the screen. Please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. Tervetuloa seuraamaan keskustelua Vihreä siirtymä taloyhtiöissä. Keskusteluissa pohditaan taloyhtiöiden roolia ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa ja energiatehokkuuden lisäämisen vaikutuksia kansantaloudelle ja kotitalouksille. Paneelin järjestää Kiinteistöliitto Varsinais-Suomi. Olkaa hyvä.
The Real Estate Federation of South West Finland. Please take the floor.
Joo, kiitoksia tästä alustuksesta ja vielä kerran omasta puolesta lämpimästi tervetuloa tähän Kiinteistöliitto Varsinais-Suomen järjestämään paneelikeskusteluun.
This panel discussion organized by the Real Estate Federation.
Agenda on. Mun nimi on Juuso Kallio, työskentelen Kiinteistöliitto Varsinais-Suomen toiminnanjohtajana ja me ollaan tänne 5 vierasta erilaisista näkökulmista keskustelemaan tästä tärkeästä aiheesta. Niin tehdään, että mä teen puhujien pikaisen esittelyn ja sitten heidän osaamista kuulette jokaisessa kommenteissa. Meillä on ensinnäkin Turun kaupungin apulaispormestari Elina Rantanen, joka johtaa kaupungin ympäristötoimialaa Turussa. Ja kaupunkiympäristön vastuulle kuuluu rakennettu ympäristö ja kiinteistöt. Ja mikä koskettaa meidän jäsenkenttää, niin on hyvä tietää, että Elinalta löytyy kokemusta myös taloyhtiön hallitusvastuusta. Sitten meillä on kansanedustaja Ville Valkonen. Ville on aikaisemmin työskennellyt myös tässä itse asiassa tässä kiinteistöliittoyhteisössä, eli Suomen vuokranantajissa. Hän on toiminut yrittäjänä, ministerin erityisavustajana ja sitten myös kaupungin apulaispormestari. Sitten meillä on Henna Mikkonen, joka työskentelee säästöpankkiryhmän pääekonomistina. Henna on asiantuntija, jolla on vankkumaton tieto taloudellisista näkökulmista ja rahoituksen merkityksestä kestävän ratkaisun edistämisessä ja ehkä ymmärrystä tai tietoa niihin korkomarkkinat. Sitten meillä on Emmi Harava, joka on Fortum Power and Heat avainasiakaspäällikkö, eli kaukolämmön asiantuntija Fortumin näkökulmasta, ja hän on siis kaukolämmön asiakkuuden hoidon ammattilainen ja ymmärtää asiakkaiden tarpeita ja kasvattaa tietoa siitä, miten sitten kaukolämpö ratkaisee näitä asioita paikallisesti. Ja viimeisenä meidän Kiinteistöliitto Varsinais-Suomen neuvontainsinööri Mats Salmgren, joka työskentelee päivittäin erilaisten, aina sitten siitä taloyhtiön kylpyhuoneremontissa, aina sitten neuvontaa sinne ison energiatehokkuushankkeen läpivientiin tai suunnitteluun ja varhaisen vaiheen neuvoihin. Ja Mats on myös tehnyt ja tekee edelleen energiatodistuksia, eli tuntee niin kuin ruohonjuuritasolta aina sitten sinne lainvalmisteluasioihin näitä juttuja. Ja ihan lyhyesti Kiinteistöliitosta samalla. Eli Kiinteistöliitto on taloyhtiöiden oma etu- ja asiantuntijajärjestö, valtakunnallinen organisaatio, johon kuuluu yli 20 tällaista paikallista kiinteistöyhdistystä, ja meillä on jäseninä pääsääntöisesti asunto-osakeyhtiöitä ympäri Suomea. Täällä Varsinais-Suomi on meidän yhdistyksen toimialue, ja ne jäsentalot vaihtelee aina sitten ne sieltä keskustan isoista kiinteistöistä sitten pienempiin rivitaloyhtiöihin tai jopa paritaloyhtiöihin koko maakunnan alueella.
even very
Meidän
tiny
päätuote on
housing companies,
neuvontapalvelut,
only
mitä
2
jäsentaloyhtiöiden
apartments.
edustajille
We
tehdään.
give counseling to
Ja
our members. That is our main job.
Vielä taloyhtiöstä muutama
furthermore,
sana,
about housing companies,
jota
a few
käsitellään,
words
tai joiden
on that,
näkökulmasta tätä
because
tämän
we
päivän aiheet
are going to
käsitellään,
be
on nämä
taking
niin
the
sanotut
perspective of
hajautetusti
housing companies
omistetut
today.
taloyhtiöt,
It's
joita
very
on se noin 80 000.
system in
Ja
Finland.
näiden
They
eri
number,
tavoin se
you can see here,
kansantaloudellinen
80,000
merkitys on
properties,
suuri.
and
Hoitokuluissa
they have
kerätään
big
merkittävä
impact
summa
on the
rahaa,
national
joilla
economy.
sitten pidetään
Because
niistä
all the money is
taloista
being
huolta
collected
ja
as for
sitten
the
lisäksi
managing of
vielä niitä
this, real
korjataan
estate.
joka vuosi
And also you need to renovate
useammalla
annually
miljardilla eurolla.
different
Ja valtava
properties,
määrä
and this will
tavallisia
take
ihmisiä on
billions
siellä
of
hallitusvastuussa
euros. A huge
ja
number of
sitten noin
people have
2500
responsibility in the board
isännöitsijää
of
vielä.
directors.
Isännöitsijä hoitaa
And also
ammatikseen
there's
sitten
the housing
niitä
manager
kiinteistöjä
companies
tai
who are
asuinrakennuksia.
into this as well.
Tämä se vielä niin kuin viitekehyksenä ennen kuin lähdetään
This is the
menemään tähän
framework
päivän
before we
teemaan.
enter
Eli
into the actual topic
aloitetaan
of
nyt sieltä, kun
today.
ollaan Eurooppa-foorumissa, niin
Let's
tästä
start,
EU-päätöksenteko
as this is Europe
tasosta.
Let's talk about
Aikaisempi
EU-level
Euroopan parlamentti
decision-making
sai siis
first.
hierottua
So European
pitkään
Parliament
esillä eri tavoin
finally
olleen
agreed
sovun tästä
on,
energiatehokkuusdirektiivistä.
Energy efficiency
Ja
directive.
sen
It
säädöstyö
took a long
on nyt
time,
sitten keväällä
but
alkanut
now it means that we've
jäsenvaltioissa.
started to do the
Ja jo nyt
legislative work
osa
here
Etelä-Euroopan
this
valtioista on
And some of the Southern
ainakin on
European
kuullut
countries,
kommentteja, että tämä sovittu
we had
direktiivi olisi liian
comments
tiukka ja
that
tulee
this directive would be
mahdottoman
too
kalliiksi ja
strict,
tulisi siten
and it will be
avata.
very
Mutta Ville Valkonen,
expensive
kansanedustaja, niin mitä
as well.
sä
So,
ajattelet
Ville Valkonen,
tästä ylipäätään,
being
että
an
onko tämä
MP,
nykyinen
what do you think
vaatimustaso
about this?
riittävä
Is this current
lähitulevaisuudelle
level
ja
of requirements
jättääkö se riittävän
sufficient
kansallisen
for the
liikkumavaran sitten
And is there
kansalliselle
room for
lainsäädännölle?
maneuver?
Kiitos oikein paljon Juuso ja kiitos kutsusta. Tämä on
Thank you, Juuso,
äärettömän
and thank
tärkeä
you
ja
for the
kiinnostava
invitation.
aihe ja
This is very
myöskin
interesting
yleisölle oikein
topic
hyvää
and
päivää.
important one. And
Nyt
also
kun
hello to
direktiivi
all
on
in the
hyväksytty,
audience.
niin ehkä
directive
on
has been
jälkiviisastelua
adopted,
lähteä
so it's with
sitä
hindsight.
prosessia enää arvioimaan
You
tai
can
EUn
assess that
näitä ihan
process
makrotason tavoitteita.
the
Ne on lyöty
macro
kiinni
level objectives set by
ja
the EU.
Suomi on
They've
niihin
now been
sitoutunut
agreed
ja
upon
EU on
and
oman
Finland is
päätöksentekonsa
committed
tehnyt ja
to this.
ja
And that
direktiiviehdotushan
decision has been made in
järkevöityi hyvin
The
paljon
proposal
vielä
of the
siinä
directive
käsittelyvaiheessa.
was making
Kiitos
much more
muun muassa
sense
Kiinteistöliitolle ja
throughout the
muille
process. We would
alan
thank you
edunvalvojille,
to the Real Estate
jotka
Federation
sai
and any
esimerkiksi
other
siirrettyä
lobby
tämän tarkastelun
federations who helped
keskimääräiseksi
out to review
rakennuskohtaisesta.
and
Että sehän
now
olisi ollut
see the
aivan älytöntä, että meillä
averages per
jokaista
buildings.
mummon mökkiä
It will be
tai
crazy if
pientä
every
kerrostaloa
cottage
Iisalmessa olisi
out
alettu
there
yksittäisenä
or tiny
tarkastelemaan.
real estate
Ja
would be
kun noita
reviewed as
lukuja
individual
katsoo,
property.
niin totta
If you
kai
think of,
tehtävää on
numbers,
Suomessakin
certainly there is still a lot
aika
we can
paljon
do in
ja
Finland.
kuten muussakin
Still do
ilmastonmuutoksen
plenty.
torjunnassa
But
ja
as in
kestävän
any other
tulevaisuuden
measure, we
rakentamisessa,
combat
niin
the
tämä
climate
urakka
change.
tulee maksamaan. Se
Building,
tulee vaatii paljon
construction,
investointeja.
we will
Siitä ei päästä
continue
yli
this
eikä
work. It
ympäri.
will
No
require a lot of
siitäkään ei päästä
investments.
yli eikä
That is
ympäri,
a
että tämä on
fact.
välttämätön
And
urakka
it is a fact.
jollain
This
tavalla
is
tehdä.
a necessity.
Ja kun
We have to
katsoo
do
Suomen
this.
aika monipuolista,
As I
asiantuntevaa,
think of
laajaa
Finland and the
kenttää
expertise
näistä toimijoista,
and,
jotka on keskittynyt
all
rakennusten
those
energiatehokkuuden
who
parantamiseen ja
operate
myöskin meidän
around
rakennusteollisuutta,
energy questions and
niin kyllähän
building
meillä
questions,
on aivan
construction industry.
realistiset
So
mahdollisuudet
we do have
tästä
realistic
selviytyä. Meillä on
chances
valtavasti osaamista
here to manage
Suomessa
all this.
jo
We have
aika
a
pitkään
lot of
jo tähän
skills
asiaan kiinnitetty
and we'll
huomiota.
have that for a long time.
Kiitos.
So we will have that.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you.
Jatketaan tämän saman
you.
asian ympärillä, eli
Let's continue
tästähän, niin kuin Ville
on the
mainitsi,
same
niin
topic. As
asia
Ville
kierrätti paljon
said,
kohua ja Kiinteistöliitto oli
there was
asia
a
aktiivinen
turmoil
ja siinä ensimmäisessä
around
luonnoksessaan
this
puhuttiin siitä,
topic.
että tulee pakkokorjauksia
And the draft
korjauksia, ja näin
talked
tosiaan
about
ensimmäisessä
forced
luonnoksessa oli.
repair
Mutta
work.
nyt niin kuin sanottiin, niin yksittäisille
And
rakennuksille ei
as
ole
said,
asetettu erillisiä korjausvelvoitteita, vaan sitä
buildings, there are
tarkastellaan
not
laajemmalla
set
tasolla.
any
Mutta
specific goals for any individual buildings.
Mutta lisäksi sitten se velvoite koskee,
But
tai energiatehokkuuden
if you think about
parantamiseksi koskee
obligations,
jatkossakin tilanteita, jossa
it's
sitten rakennusta ryhdytään
energy
korjaamaan jostakin muusta syystä.
wherever you
Mutta Elina,
renovate house for any
Suomen
reason.
rakennuskanta, niin julkinen kuin yksityinenkin, niin on ainakin meidän näkemyksen mukaan keskimäärin energiatehokkuumpaa kuin muualla Euroopassa. Ja kansallista lainvalmistelua kun nyt tehdään, niin pidätkö tätä direktiivin vähimmäistasoa Suomessa riittävänä vai pitääkö Suomen ottaa vielä kunnianhimoisempia tavoitteita?
Mä ajattelen, että se ydinkysymys on oikeastaan se, että miten me ratkaistaan meidän yhteinen globaali ongelma ja Euroopan laajuisesti nyt sitten tällä direktiivillä ajateltuna, eli ilmaston lämpeneminen. Ja siinä on tosi iso merkitys sillä, että miten me tehdään meidän rakennusten kanssa sekä uusien rakennusten uuden rakentamisen että olemassa olevan rakennuskannan kanssa, koska rakennuksissa sekä käytetään energiasta että sitten tuotetaan kasvihuonepäästöjä yli 1/3 kaikista sektoreista, joten tämä on niin kuin välttämättömän tärkeä kysymys tarkastella. Mutta sitten on tosiaan niin kuin syytä katsoa, että mitkä ovat niitä tehokkaita keinoja. Ja mä ajattelen, että Suomen pitää tehdä kaikkensa, jotta me tehdään ne kaikki tehokkaat keinot. Ja erityisesti tällöin katse kääntyy uudisrakentamiseen siihen, että me pystytään tekemään nollaenergiataloja meidän uusista rakennuksista. Me ollaan Turussa muun muassa kehittämässä vähähiilisen rakentamisen raja-arvoa, jota kansallisestikin ollaan tekemässä. Ja sitten toisaalta voi olla, että suurissa kaupungeissa voidaan sen suhteen vielä sitten kiristää rajoituksia, että me pystytään meidän uuden rakennuskannan myötä vastaamaan tähän direktiivinkin haasteeseen. Ja paljon vaikeampi kysymys on sitten tämä olemassa olevan rakennuskannan energiatehokkaaksi tekeminen. Ja siinä mä ajattelen, että se direktiivi on kyllä järkevöitynyt paljon ensimmäisistä versioista. Ja se nimenomaan on kokonaisuus, että pitää katsoa, että jos me katsotaan pelkästään energiatehokkuutta, niin mehän helposti tullaan johtopäätökseen, että meidän pitää purkaa esimerkiksi paljon enemmän vanhoja rakennuksia, jotta me saadaan rakennettua uusia nollaenergiataloja. Mutta tämä ei ole taas kokonaisympäristöajattelullisesti millään tavalla järkevää, koska niihin rakennusmateriaaleihin on jo sitoutunut energiaa, joten minusta tämä, että muiden remonttien yhteydessä tehdään näitä energiatehokkuusremontteja, niin on järkevä linjaus ja niidenkin osalta sitten tietysti on hyvin pieni merkitys jollain vaikkapa niin ikkunaremontilla, ellei me keskitytä sitten vaikka lämmitykseen kokonaisuutena. Ja siinä sitten taas kaupungeilla voi olla iso rooli ja siihen varmaan palataan vielä myöhemmin tämän keskustelun aikana.
Tästä on hyvä kysellä hiukan energiayhtiön ajatuksia juuri tähän, että nyt tosiaan kun uusien rakennusten on oltava päästöttömiä ja direktiivin mukaan tämä päästötön rakennus tarvitsee energiaa vähemmän kuin nykyiset lähes nollaenergiarakennukset. Ja näitä fossiilisia polttoaineen päästöjä ei saisi muodostua paikan päällä ja myös rakennuksen käytöstä aiheutuvat kasvihuonekaasupäästöjen määrä pitäisi olla hyvin alhainen tai olematon. Ja miten energiayhtiö näkee tämän päästöttömän rakennuksen vaatimukset ja ehkä sitten tämän korjausrakentamisen?
No, vihreä siirtymä on jo käynnissä meillä kovasti. Että ajatellaan, että Fortumin Espoon kaukolämpöverkossa niin meillä on 250 000 loppukäyttäjää ja heille tarjotaan joka tapauksessa hiilineutraali lämmitys viimeistään vuonna 2029. Viime vuoden lopulla meidän tuotannosta oli jo 64% hiilineutraalia, eli koti näkyy jo. Me nähdään, että tämä niin kuin ympäristötavoitteisiin pääseminen kaiken kaikkiaan onnistuu kaikista kustannustehokkaimmin ja nopeimmin keskitetyillä ratkaisuilla, joka kaukolämpö tietysti mitä suuremmissa määrin on. Tällöin niin kuin taloyhtiöille jää sitten se kiinteistöistä huolehtiminen ja se, että se kiinteistö olisi energiatehokas, on se mikä tahansa se lämmitysmuoto siellä. Me huolehditaan se lämmityspää ja tuotantopää, että se on puhdasta energiaa. Toki osin myös asiakkaiden kanssa yhdessä, koska meilläkin on 40% tulee olemaan datakeskusten hukkalämmöistä meidän tuotannosta, joten videoita katsellen pääsee pian kaukolämpöä tekemään. Samalla sitten tuotantojakauman uudistuessa ja parantuessa, niin se entistä enemmän vakauttaa kaukolämmön hintaa, joka sitten taas vie painetta sitten siltä osin, tai sieltä ehkä sitten irtoaa jotain sinne korjausrakentamisen puolelle.
We then think about renovation.
Joo, tässähän Suomessa ollaan kuitenkin erilaisessa asemassa mitä muualla Euroopassa, kun meillä on se kaukolämpöverkko, mitä taas sitten toisissa ei vastaavalla tavalla ole. Mutta iso osa meidän rakennuskannasta, niin kuin tässäkin kuvassa näkyy, on rakennettu silloin 60-80-luvulla, eli niin sanotun lähiörakentamisen aikaan. Ja paljon erilaisia peruskorjauksia on käynnissä ja käännynkin niin kuin Matsin suuntaan, joka näitä asioiden kanssa työskentelee, niin paraneeko rakennuskannan energiatehokkuus sun mielestä itsestään jo ikään kuin markkinaehtoisesti samalla kun tehdään teknisesti tarpeellisia korjauksia? Ja pitäisikö se olla jotain porkkanoita, niin kuin avustuksia tai muuta?
Joo. Meillähän oli tässä tällainen laaja. Meillä oli tässä 3 vuotta laaja energia-avustus, joka kyllä selkeästi lisäsi tiettyjen energiatehokkuustoimenpiteiden tekemistä taloyhtiössä, mutta ehkä tämmöinen suora tuki myös toisaalta sitten on raskas ja sitten ohjaa markkinaa myöskin sitten toimimaan tietyllä tavalla, että en näkisi, että semmoinen niin vastaava avustus välttämättä olisi kaikkein tehokkain tapa käyttää meidän yhteisiä verovaroja, taas kun ajatellaan isoa kuvaa. Ja toki yksittäiselle taloyhtiölle, jonka sen avustuksen saa, niin se on todella hyvä ja tervetullut, mutta sitten jos ajatellaan meidän kaikkia taloyhtiöitä, se ei ole ehkä se kaikkein tehokkain tapa. Silloin kun tehdään noita isoja peruskorjauksia, niin siellä oikeastaan, jos ajatellaan, että tehdään julkisivua, niin nyt jo meidän määräykset on 10 vuotta velvoittanut siihen, että silloin myöskin parannetaan energiatehokkuutta, että tämä ei ole mikään uusi asia. Ja siellä se on oikeastaan luonnollista, että silloin kun kerrostalon betonielementti puretaan sitä pois tai siihen laitetaan lisää uusi kerros tilalle, niin se lisäeristäminen on siellä melkein itsestäänselvyys. Se tulee siinä vähän niin automaattisesti, jos vaan rakennus on yhtään sellaisella alueella, jossa ylipäätänsä niin peruskorjauksiin on mahdollisuus ryhtyä. Tietysti tämä alueellinen vaikutus on myös iso, että onko taloyhtiössä kuinka paljon tyhjiä huoneistoja, mikä on neliöhinta, niin se vaikuttaa myös siihen, mitä voidaan tehdä ja mitä sitten osakkaat näkee kannattavaksi. Mutta näkisin, että niin kuin isossa kuvassa me on tehty jo tosi paljon. Tuossa onkin toi energia-avustuksella saavutetut parannukset, niin toihan ei kerro siitä, mitä nyt saatiin 3 vuoden aikana, vaan tämä kertoo siitä ennen kaikkea, mitä on tehty, eli se vertailuluku on se rakennusvuosi ja tämä iso siirtymä öljylämmityksestä Turussa kivihiililämmityksestä kaukolämpöön on tehnyt tuosta suurimman osan oikeastaan. Eli me on tehty jo Suomessa fiksuja ratkaisuja 70-luvulla, 80-luvulla, kauan ennen näitä direktiivejä. Mutta kyllä siellä tekemistä vielä on, ja semmoisille kohdennetuille avustuksille, vaikka tämä pientalojen öljylämmistä irtautumisavustus on mun mielestä hyvä semmoinen kohdennettu avustus, mikä ohjaa siihen vihreän siirtymään, niin varmasti vastaaville voisi olla tulevaisuudessa tarve.
Jos vielä tästä näihin avustuksiin tarttuu sen verran, hallitus on ihan ymmärrettävästi niin kansantalouden tilanne on tiukka, niin on pitänyt tarkastella kaikkia ne erilaisia eriä, mutta onko näitä erilaisia energiatehokkuutta parantavia asioita vielä mietinnässä nyt tämän uuden lainvalmistelun yhteydessä? Onko siinä syytä joitakin tahoja avustaa? Ville, kohditan tässä siis.
No, kiitos. Varmaan kaikki meistä tietää, että tällä hallituskaudella on jouduttu tunnustamaan tosiasiat meidän julkisesta taloudesta ja tehty sopeutusohjelma, joka vahvistaa julkista taloutta 9 miljardilla, joka on Suomen varmaan modernin historian toiseksi suurin mittaluokka sitten 90-luvun lamavuosien jälkeen. Ja nettomääräisesti tämä tarkoittaa sitä, että pysyviä menolisäyksiä ei tällä hetkellä missään mietitä, vaan painiskellaan jo pelkästään sen kanssa, että miten saadaan nykyiset sopeutustoimet toteutettua. No, väliaikaisesti tällaisia varmaan voidaan jossain yhteyksissä harkita ja sitten ehkä uudelleen kohdistuksilla nykyisiä olemassa olevia tukia ehkä paremmin kohdentaa. Mutta nyt ollaan kuitenkin niin pitkään jo eletty muun muassa energia-avustusten aikakautta, että meillä on kehittynyt jo toimiala, meillä on kehittynyt jo konseptit, meillä on hyvää dataa siitä, mikä toimii ja mikä ei. Meillä on paljon ammattilaisia. Kyllä tästä eteenpäin markkinaehtoisesti päästään eteenpäin ja on täysin ihan mahdotonkin ajatus, että valtio maksaisi kaikki meidän tulevat energiatehokkuuden parannustoimenpiteet. Ne on pääosassa tapauksia myöskin taloudellisesti järkeviä. Eli kyllä ratkaisut täytyy markkinaehtoisesti pääsääntöisesti löytyä.
No, siirrytään, kun kansantaloudesta...
Okay, then let's we mentioned the national economy already. So from that perspective, Henna Mikkonen, as you are following the different perspectives in the national economy, there is a discussion in the public about areas in Finland where the population is shrinking.
And merkittävä osa kodeista on ihmisten itse omistamia. Ja sitten toisaalta kaikki korjausrakentaminen kuitenkin maksaa. Niin miten tämä asuntovarallisuuden ja ylipäätään varallisuuden vähän niin kuin uusi jako muuttaa sun mielestä Suomeen?
Does the new division of household assets
erittäin iso ja erittäin hyvä kysymys. Tämähän on ollut iso teema pitkän aikaa, ehkä tämä tällainen niin varallisuuden jakautuminen, tämän asuntomarkkinoiden jakautumisen myötä. Ja siinä mielessä tämä on tosi tärkeä teema, että suomalaisten varallisuudesta noin 60% on kiinni asunnoissa. Puhutaan siis omasta kodista, sijoitusasunnoista, mökeistä, eli se on valtaosa meidän kansallista niin ihmisten kotitalouksien varallisuutta, joten totta kai se on tosi tärkeä tekijä ja totta kai siitä kannattaa pitää huolta. Eikö se ole oikeastaan niin itsestään selvä, että siitä isoimmasta omaisuuserästä kannattaa pitää huolta. Siinä mielessä nämä mainitut erilaiset energiainvestoinnit on yksi tapa pitää sitä huolta. Se on monella tapaa myös vähän sellainen win-win tilanne, että vaikka se kustannus tulee.
This is kind of a win-win situation. Now the volume has disappeared almost completely from the floor, but the interpreter will try to listen and interpret.
Samaan suuntaan tämä halu pitää varallisuudesta huolta ja tämä vihreä siirtymä, ja onneksi näin. Mutta joka paikassahan tilanne ei valitettavasti ole näin ruusuinen. Eli meillähän on tapahtunut oikeastaan 20 vuotta sellaista eriytymistä asuntomarkkinoille. Joku ehkä muistaa ajat, jos
20 years there has been various developments in the housing markets, and the housing prices have been for decades on a different
level. Sitten suurin piirtein niin kuin finanssikriisin aikaan alkoi tämä aika voimakas eriytyminen, eli tällä hetkellä kasvukeskuksissa hinnat on noussut muualla Suomessa ei niin paljon. Korona toi siihen ehkä pienen niin kuin hetkellisen trendimuutokseen, mietittiin kuin pysyvää se on, mutta kyllä se nyt taas vaikuttaa, että mentäisiin vähän siihen vanhaan maailmaan. Että ne on ne paikat, mihin ihmiset muuttaa, kasvukeskukset, missä se hintakehitys on positiivisempaa. Ja valitettavasti meillä on alueita, missä hinnat jopa laskee, missä ei ehkä saa päästä siitä omasta asunnosta eroon, missä ei myöskään näytä siltä, että tulevaisuudessa välttämättä olisi kysyntää. Ja tämä on kyllä sellainen tosiasia, mikä on vaan pakko hyväksyä, ja kyllä se on jo hyväksyttykin. Tarkoittaa myös sitä, että ihan kaikkea ei kannata korjata. Eli valitettavasti niin kaikkea esimerkiksi pankkikaan ei voi rahoittaa, jos se tulevaisuuden näkymä on sellainen, että siellä ei asujia tule siinä asunnossa olemaan.
Everything if
leimataan aika sellaiseksi, että
the future outlook.
Se on ainut paikka, missä kannattaa tehdä mitään, ja muualla suurin piirtein ei mitään. Eihän se näinkään toivoton missään nimessä ole, että PTT:hän teki tässä muutama vuosi takaperin tutkimuksen siitä, että kuinka paljon siitä korjausvelasta, mitä asunnoissa on, niin kuinka paljon siitä olisi taloudellisesti kannattavaa. Ja muistaakseni se heidän lopputulema oli suurin piirtein, että 95% korjausvelasta on myös taloudellisesti kannattavaa tehdä. En sitten tiedä, kuinka paljon nämä uudet mahdolliset direktiivit ja sieltä tulevat niin kuin jutut vaikuttaisi näihin laskelmiin, mutta kuitenkin niin kuin isossa osassa se on onneksi kannattavaa. Mutta ei joka paikassa. Mutta ehkä sellainen niin vinkkinä ihmisille, ihan nyt ei taloyhtiöille, vaan ihmisenä, niin yksi, varallisuudesta kannattaa pitää huolta. Asunto on meille valtaosalle se isoin varallisuuden erä. Mutta sitten en voi niinku pankkilaisena malttaa olla sanomatta, että on myös aika fiksua hankkia jotain muutakin varallisuutta kuin se oma asunto. Eli kannattaa vähän niin kuin hajauttaa sitä omaa varallisuutta myös muualle. Ja ehkä erityisesti, jos se oma asunto sattuu olemaan siellä haja-asutusalueella ja siellä alueella, mistä tulevaisuuden näkymä ei ole niin voimakas, niin silloin se on niin kuin ehkä erityisen tärkeää, että sit siellä on muutakin omaisuutta. Ja tästä ehkä en malta olla nostamatta yhtä yksityiskohtaa. Me Säästöpankissa on tehty tällaista säästämisbarometritutkimusta vuosikausia. Siltä monenlaisia kuluttamiseen, sijoittamiseen, asumiseen liittyviä juttuja, niin siellä on havaittu tämmöinen ero, että itse asiassa niin kuin pienissä kaupungeissa ja haja-asutusalueilla ihmiset säästää vähemmän muihin eriin kuin sitten taas pääkaupunkiseudulla, missä ehkä ne asuntojen näkymät on paremmin, siellä säästetään myös enemmän muihin varallisuuden
smaller cities and areas outside of the capital region and growing regions, people save less for other expenses than in the growing regions, for example.
Kannattaa pitää huolta ja valita hallitus sinne
sense
joka vie sitä asioita
look after your assets and
mutta palataan vielä tähän
a government that supports this.
Asiaan mennään hiukan niin kuin asioita laidasta laitaan. Siitähän kaikessa kuitenkin sit on viime kädessä kysymys. Eli kun nyt EU:ssa pyritään tekemään päätöksiä ilmastonmuutoksen torjumiseksi ja
decisions are taken to prevent climate change. So I would like to ask you and the audience a yes or no question. So if you say yes, raise your hand. Is it understood while EU legislation is being prepared?
Ja sitä hiekerrostalo Suomesta. Niin mitä mieltä yleisö on, että ymmärretäänkö riittävästi
the building construction of an apartment building in Finland and somewhere else in Europe?
Eli Elina saa aloittaa, kierretään.
No harva kysymys on kyllä ei suoraan, mutta jos
Elina,
valita kyllä tai ei, niin kyllä mä ajattelen, että tämäkin direktiivi on muuttunut lausuntokierrosten
this
aikana niin
directive
voimakkaasti
has changed
nimenomaan kansallisten eroavaisuuksien
during
takia, että
the statement rounds because of national differences. So I'm sure this tells us something about the understanding of these issues. Of course, it is a difficult question.
Kun ottaa huomioon sen,
considering
kuinka laaja-alaisesti EU
the fact
toimii eri talouden ja yhteiskunnan osa-alueilla ja kuinka kirjava maanosa
widely the EU is active in various fields and sectors, the fact that we are able to create very ambitious directives and we have created development in various areas of the European Union is an achievement. Legislation is never perfect. I'm sure in Finland and in other EU countries we have this type of discussion that we're trying to explain things through EU decisions which are actually questions of national bureaucracy. Looking at this energy efficiency directive, for example, we have 2 years time to search for the national solutions, and if we have the will to implement those and use them, we will be able to create legislation that is functional for Finnish circumstances. And sometimes in Finland we interpret the EU legislation very literally, and this may not be done in other countries. So I do not see the EU legislation in general as something very detrimental, but there are other areas where EU legislation works less well. Right, in this discussion, something that is quite challenging for us laypersons is that the energy efficiency directive and the forced renovation projects on housing owners, it may take 3, 4, even 5 years before we end up in the national legislative phase, and a lot happens along the way. I raised half a hand as economists are often criticized for saying on one hand and then on the other hand and so on. First of all, I have to say that I don't know because I'm not involved in the EU legislative processes or other process. So I just hear that, okay, a directive is going to come out and then we start to look into it. But I do know how there are very big differences between the economies within the European Union. I understand that, and for that reason, I believe what comes out in the end as a directive must be a big compromise. But it's nice to hear that this applies to, for example, housing stock and is not per individual houses or apartments that this applies to.
No, kaukolämmön näkökulmasta niin
from the perspective of district heating, it sometimes feels that the district heating system is a genius one, but it is quite rare and odd. In Europe, quite often people feel that it is energy created by coal, but we are actually moving very strongly towards electricity solutions, and there
lisäksi myös sitten
we are also creating a lot of wasted energy, but there are also other side streams that can be collected and then put into use. That is intelligent and smart. I did not raise my hand, but something that was quite positive when these different versions of the directive were being handled was the final version, the final solution from the perspective of housing owners, property owners. It is a good one. Of course, the minimum requirements for energy for public buildings as well as housing units, there are. This directive is going to impose quite hard requirements. But I do feel that there could be more understanding of the local circumstances. How does something look in France or in Germany? It's quite typical that you have a gas heater in the apartment still, although we have in Finland let go of that solution in the 70s already. So there are big differences still. One further European theme, energy poverty in Europe, quite a common topic. Elsewhere in Europe, the person renting the apartment covers that cost, whereas in Finland, this is part of the rent or it is paid as a maintenance charge. The Energy Agency has recently published a report, and it states that energy poverty in Finland is best prevented by continuing the development of our social security system, the improvement of the energy efficiency of the building stock, and the support and development of advisory services. But housing policy and social policy are matters for the member states. So I would like to ask our politicians, is this the way it should be? Elina? Ville first. Well, in Finland, unfortunately, our climate is cold, and our energy consumption to maintain life is on a completely different level. In addition, our second biggest challenge is our geographical distances, so mobility is a question, and the cost structure in the country is different compared to densely populated areas elsewhere in Europe. And we in Finland have to use more resources for these purposes. On average, however, in Finland, both renting an apartment and owning your housing is on a fairly the cost of that is on a moderate level. And then if we look at the price levels in other European capital cities, a larger portion of people living there they have to use a larger portion of their income on housing.
No sitten toinen puoli eli se, että
the other side of the issue is that we need to ensure that everyone has a roof over their heads. We have extensive support subsidy systems for housing in Finland. For students, perhaps a bit too generous of a system in place for financial support. So Finns, compared to other Europeans, are in a fairly good position to manage their housing situation. So it's difficult to see energy poverty as a major issue in Finland. But of course, as a nation, we have a common interest, which is that the price of energy with reasonable production solutions, that is something that improves and is of benefit to the whole nation, to the whole national economy, as well as individuals. And pure, clean energy production is key.
The comment you're saying is too generous to give subsidies to students. Well, this is on stream, remember. But to have a brief answer to the question whether national legislation or European legislation is the case, I would say we have so different systems in place in different member states. If you think of housing and energy production, for instance, district heating, and as for many other questions, so harmonizing all that there would be one unique system that will operate around Europe is thought very far away from us. So therefore, currently, I would say we have to have the national level to find the solutions. Well, short example, I think of Finnish housing and social policy success story is that we have the Western Europe's the list of homeless people. And globally speaking, we're on top where we don't have homelessness as a problem. We have been combating homeless problems and we can consider that a success story. Let's now go back a bit and talk about housing and construction and business life. Green transition investments give opportunities to business, and housing companies as well are going to be implementing things and paying for things as well. And what is necessary to be done, there are obligations, you have to carry out certain things. What about you, Henna Mikkonen? What do you think about these opportunities for the whole national economy of Finland? What are the opportunities out there? And if you think of renovation work, there are markets and there are also prices involved. How much people have to pay for all this? I know there are two balls in the air. Well, if I forget to answer the other point, please raise up. So green transition, as I said, it's full speed ahead. It's here already. And it's for the whole national economy a great opportunity. We have good starting points already in place. We have skills. We have a mindset of responsibility. If you think of Finland and different ranking of sustainability, Finland manages well on those ranking lists. And as an economist myself, early millennium, I've been following economy ever since, and for the last 15 years after the financial crisis. So I've been seeing quite bad things going on as an economist. If you need to have bad news, you then ask for an economist to come over to explain the Finnish economy. It's quite true. We talk about lost 15 years. There's not really been growth in the Finnish economy. So many challenges. So not very much light in the tunnel. Well, not too much at least. So this is a light in the tunnel. This is the way for us to get growth and productivity to the economy. There's AI, digitalization as well, other examples, and everybody's doing the same thing. We are not alone here. But here Finland might have the competitive edge, thinking of AI. But of course there are counterfactors as well. We have industrial policy and countries supporting their own countries' companies, and Finland couldn't manage in that. If you think of subsidies to corporate culture in your own country, we can't do that. We are a small economy. We have to find our own box in the big picture. But this is indeed an opportunity. And the Finnish Confederation of Employers has a list of different investments ongoing, planned, or designed. It's a long list, and I'm sure not all of them will be implemented in practice because they are not feasible financially, or they're not part of the market economy as such. But even if a few of them will be implemented are great projects, there is upcoming great things for the Finnish economy because we need that. And then interest rates. Lately, we have been talking about this a lot. What about the rates? Is that preventing green transition? Quite a drastic question, a dramatic one. But the interest rates have been increasing lately, but I don't think that many investments would have been made if you think that we had a zero rate level. But let's say that if you do smart calculations, I hope they're taking into account the possibility of interest raising. At the moment, the situation is better, so a decrease in the interest rates lately, and the perspective is that the rates will descend again by the central bank, European Central Bank. They've done it already once. They will be doing most likely that again. But please don't go back to zero rates. Don't calculate your own economy that there will be zero level of interest rates. That's not. 2 to 3% perhaps is the level, and be smart. Also prepare yourself for many things. If you are a private person asking for a loan in a bank, so we have certain percentages, very high rates, and now it seems that, it's not mad, but the interest rates are up there. But if you're smart, you prepare yourself for even higher level of rates. But at the moment, as said, there's a decreasing trend in the interest rates, and therefore it's a good moment to invest. Particularly in construction sector, it's been quite lame period lately. There are construction workers now available, more of them compared to 2 years ago.
Joo. Tähän
Right.
teemaan liittyen,
related to this topic,
rahoittamiseen ja
renovation, how to finance all renovation,
tulossa yhdessä uusia
and also banks are creating new products.
Ja niitä usein tällä energiatodistuksella E-luvulla mitataan.
Energy certificate and E numbers are here to help us to measure energy efficiency. So what about you? What do you think of energy certificate? What do we need to understand related to that? And what about the legislator as well? Are they going to go into the details of that? What should be developed? Right, the directive requires that energy certificates will be renewed. So luckily we can keep the same template as before. Currently, to be honest, if you buy a house, you don't really care about the energy certificate yourself. You don't draw much attention to it. But the most important point in addition to energy class, because that tells you about the building, there's also about the list of recommended renovation tasks, and also the housing company certificate given by the manager company. If you're purchasing one, you need to see the list of future renovations and past renovations, and also energy class as well. So I would say it's a pity that you see that legislation has been changing, it's still changing. We have 3 types of energy certificates out there on the market, and therefore you can have A, B or C certificate, depends from which year that certificate is from, and even the properties remain the same. Well, thank you, Ville. Go ahead. A short comment, please. Yes, my comment is related to an earlier discussion we had about the differences in the housing companies. I am a member of 7 housing companies myself, and I've seen there are so many differences between these housing companies, and we all know that. There are not that many owners or members of the board directors of a housing company who really have the readiness, that they are prepared to take up this huge energy efficiency question and take it forward. And even the housing companies and their representatives have their role to play. I think we should see the entire sector, the Federation, Real Estate, Finnish Real Estate Federation, others focus more on energy efficiency measures. And I think, well, I'm a bit of an outsider, but I see a lot of opportunities, different kind of models. Why it has to be the bank to finance this renovation? Why not to have a leasing solution in place? Because in other financial sectors you have other options as well for finding funding. So couldn't we have projects not only renovation but turnkey energy packets? Quite often, if you think of administration of a housing company, people are in different places, and also psychology plays a role here. Because I'm a certain age, should I be now investing anything? There is another one coming up in 10 years, and so forth. So there's a variety of solutions out there. And we should find creative ways to use them. And not only be the traditional, now we order as a housing company a renovation work, and then we have a loan from the bank to do that. And the shareholders say, okay, the owners are okay with that. And the managing property manager presents that in the annual general meeting. So I think we would need more innovation. Thank you. Good challenge to take it up and for the whole sector. And now, as you said, that is an important point. And I think we've been doing this locally because we have the first engineer who is giving advice in these questions in our federation. But now another question. What about municipalities, cities? How can they speed up the process? How can they be the partners for housing companies? And what type of cooperation could there be in place? Yes, I think municipalities and housing companies are partners. We are all partners. We are trying to find solutions for the common goal. And going back to what Emma said earlier, what have we done so far? We have energy classes, we have district heating playing a major role in that, and the municipalities, they have these elements in place. Like the city of Turku, we've decided to be a carbon neutral city by 2029, and district heating is the biggest thing we have been doing so far in this big picture. So we have carried out the entire system that the district heating is carbon neutral and will be entirely carbon free in a few years. And if you have any waste heat, you collect that more and more. And also we reduce the needs in the future. And for housing companies who are in the network, 90% of dwellings of Turku are in the district heating system. So the municipality can be the enabler. And there you have energy efficiency measures are not needed. And I can't say that. Of course, we need, even though you have clean energy, you have to make efforts, but you have to be effective. It's not that you have huge investments, but we need to have effective investments in place, because it's our common budget. We have to make sure that if you are doing some renovation, at the same time take measures to enhance energy efficiency of that building. And then common joint communication, energy advising, counseling, solar panels, and waste heat being collected in a housing company, electricity production, or additional heating can be gained that way. How can you do that easily? How can you have solar panels on the houses, on their roofs, when you do any other renovation at the same time? We're approaching the end of this session, and there's one topical question as well that is related to the European political situation and map because of the war aggression by Russia and the extreme movements in the member states and parliament, and also the weakening of Germany and France axis. So the whole global situation that causes uncertainties in the member states and also in the European operational capability. So without further ado, what about that and housing? Could you start?
No.
Very briefly, please. So just a thought, what do you think of that? Well, from my own perspective, I would say energy policy is an important tool. We had even bankruptcies of housing companies because they had gas-heated houses, so the risk was being implemented. So energy policy, yes, energy policy. From our perspective, the situation is quite good because for 10 years now we have been involved in transition to become self-sufficient, so we are already on that way. Well, it's a large question and short answer. As you think of our customers, if there's anything on the investment market, people are paralyzed. But I would say that there are major things going on. We don't know about our future, but please don't be paralyzed. Go ahead with your own plans. If you want to renovate, go ahead with that plan. Don't only reflect and to think of what is going on in the USA. Go ahead with your plans. That's true.
Näin ehkä vakavalla aiheella vähän vitsailen,
that is a serious
on
topic, but perhaps
maailmanhistorian
a bit of a joke
menestyksekkäin
if you
lämpöpumppukauppias.
if you think of a heat pump merchandise, if you think of the world aggression, so fossil economy dependency and dictatorships, what countries, so many of them are dictatorships, so you have to get rid of that, and then you have to have the leap towards the green transition.
Siirtymä on myös
So green transition is a security policy question.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia.
Thank you very much. Thank you, members here present, and thank you, audience, as well. Thank you, panelists, and we will continue on this stage at later stage at 2:30, and we will be talking about culture source of national emergency supply. And before that, we have some coffee that is served for you. Thank you.
Kiitos.
Kiitos. Kiitos.
Kiitos paljon.
Kiitos. Kiitos.
Kiitos. Kiitoksia.
Ups. En mä osunut väärällä päälle. Kiitoksia. Kiitoksia.
Kiitos. Me halutaan muistaa jollain pienellä kotiuudistamusta.
Kiitos.
No niin, mulla on tää jo.
Sulla on se jo.
Mulla ei ole vielä, niin mä voin ottaa. Kiitos.
No
nyt oli siitä vanhasta.
Joo, ne on kaikki
meidän kustannusyhtiön kirjallisuutta. Kiitoksia.
Mä muistan mun puhelimenkin. Niin, no ei varmaan. Se olisi jo vähän.
No jonkun koti.
There is no sound to the interpreter from the floor, but this next session is called Culture as Source of National Emergency Supply. Let's wait for the moderator and panelists to start, and we will see if there is sound available then.
Keep other business in mind and use your headphones.
Hyvää iltapäivää teille kaikille täällä Turun.
Good afternoon to all of you here in this Turku Theatre Sopukka event venue. In this European Forum panel discussion, we have the topic Culture as Source of National Emergency Supply. Warmly welcome everyone. This session is organized by the Culture Campus, and we have various universities of applied sciences, Business Turku, Åbo Academy, and the University of Turku. However, I am not the rector of Åbo Academy University, Mikael Lindfeld, but my name is Timo Tanskanen. I'm the Educational Policy Director. We have agreed with our panelists that we will be on first name basis. So first a short introduction round, and please share also with us what culture means to you personally. Thank you. I am an expert in the media field from the National Emergency Supply Agency, and for the past year I have been considering how to develop the cultural preparedness in the cultural sector. I have worked in various positions in media, and when it comes to culture, I enjoy many different things. Literature is close to my heart, but sometimes movies, theater. The most recent cultural event was a Paleface concert, and also a art exhibition that was here just next door to where we are now. My name is Liisa Ketomäki. I will be for 3 more days the Chief Executive Officer Turku Music Festival Foundation, and then I will move on to my next position. For me, culture is work and also a passion. I feel I'm one of those lucky people who have found a profession in something that they also are passionate about, and I focus mostly in the administrative side in music. And it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Janne Auvinen from Tampere Workers Theatre, a brand new chief executive officer there. I'm still on work practice. For me, culture is, beside profession, also a very dear hobby. Just like Liisa mentioned, work and hobby all in one. It is a cornerstone of national identity, and in my view, extremely important not only to me personally, but to this nation and to the whole world. And culture is something that you have sort of received in the mother's milk already. You have been baptized, I believe, in a direct broadcast on television. Hanna Meretoja, I'm a professor of comparative literature from the University of Turku, and I'm an author as well. And I have been called, I feel called to my profession, so it is my work and my passion, both. Although literature is closest to me from the whole field of culture, I have a very broad conception. The concept of culture for me is very broad, very extensive, so all the systems that we live in are also culture to me. So culture is many other things besides higher cultural forms. We need new types of stories, for example, and new ways of to conceptualize the world around us. Okay, thank you. This is the panel, our panelists that we will be spending the next 45 minutes with. And Hanna, you could start. I know you have been studying storytelling, narratives, and we need to develop things based on researched information. So how do we build the society and cultural identity through storytelling? I feel that we live in a reality of culture, and stories are important part of cultural meaning and purpose. They impact us in many ways that we don't always realize. The cultural ways of sharing stories, for example, how we tell someone about what it is like to be Finnish, what it's like to be a good parent, what is a just life, or so many of our understandings and comprehensions are born out of stories. And the question, who are we as individuals and as communities, that question also presents a cultural perspective, a cultural question. Where are we now and to what direction we are moving into? And culture has an important role in that. In the self-understanding of ourselves and our culture as well. And this is part of the discussion around our identities. Culture offers us new ways of understanding ourselves, our understanding of where we come from as a nation or as a culture is also built around and on the foundation of stories, and literature has a big role in that. Many researchers say that, for example, Väinö Linna's Unknown Soldier has impacted all of our understanding of what is it to be Finnish, or even more so the research conducted by historians. The potential of literature is huge, and also cultural myths are based on stories or are constructed on stories. For example, this kind of ethos that we should all manage by ourselves alone, rely on ourselves alone. There are also risks involved with these concepts that may lead to a situation where we are afraid to ask for help and assistance. So this kind of narrative or storytelling awareness is really a key part of critical literacy, cultural competence. In other words, if we consider crisis situations, for example, as soon as there is a crisis situations, for example, in the COVID pandemic, these types of images of war arose immediately. We saw pictures of war, and that included particular problems. Although this was a medical crisis, it also had a cultural component, a cultural perspective, how to prepare ourselves for things. It's very important that we're able to use our imagination to imagine various scenarios, for example. And when the situation is on top of us, there's always this cultural perspective involved. And after the crisis, how we remember what happened, the storytelling has a role in that as well. Okay, we'll discuss the crisis theme later on in more depth. Janne and Liisa, what is the role, in your opinion, of art and culture for the sense of community? Well, that's a wide, extensive question. It creates the sense of community. We talk about performing arts where there is an audience and a performer and the relationship between them. It is a collective experience, and that means that it also relays information. In situations where we need preparedness, when we need security of supply, we can relay information, ideas, thoughts in a reliable manner. And performing, the tradition of performing is an excellent tool for creating a sense of community. Liisa, personally, I feel from the perspective of security of supply, culture is present in many ways. We mentioned storytelling. Finland, it's always important that Finland as a nation was first mentioned in the World Exhibition in Paris. And then the pictures and images that were presented there were then accepted as part of Finnish storytelling, and all our war experiences, everything, all of that was included. Then, of course, in a situation of crisis, the sense of community is very important. Now, we suffered during the COVID pandemic because we weren't allowed to come together. Then the other side, what is the meaning of a the identity and strong storytelling, what meaning does that have for the individuals? Individuals then feel as part of something, they have a cultural identity, and they can retrieve strength from culture. So there is the sense of community, but then also the meaning of culture for individuals. Teuvo, the National Emergency Supply Agency, has this year contemplated and considered including cultural field as part of the security of supply. Well, this all really started with the pandemic because the cultural sector suffered during the COVID pandemic. There were many bankruptcies, etc. And when people weren't able to go to the libraries, to the theater, to the gym, we saw what kind of an impact that had on people's mental well-being. So this was the big picture behind the idea for us to consider whether we could somehow introduce the cultural sector in this concept of security of emergency supply and security of supply. So religious, ethnic, sport, and to some extent third sector from the youth work side, for example, all of that is covered, and all of these actors have the strengthening of people's mental well-being and ability and resilience in common. This is not easy thing to organize. The cultural sector is based on pools. For example, in the energy sector, we have a heating pool, and there we have companies coming together in that sub-sector. However, on the cultural sector, it's difficult to build pools such as the one I mentioned from the energy field. We have organizations, we have religious organizations, we have ministries. There's the event sector, organizing rock festivals, for example. So this is one reason. I'm almost finished, by the way. So I'm not making any promises to you, but we will publish a report as a basis of free discussion, public debate, and we are introducing a model to establish groups who would then consider this further.
Happy that this has been reviewed, but it's the fact that culture has been there at the national level, always involved. Through way that we have national defense courses, where you have the whole society involving these questions. I've been personally involved as well, and cultural sector is always represented during those courses. So one of these meanings is that even though you don't have a ready-made mechanism yet how to use that, we are all aware of the fact that culture has a presence. And if you think of defense courses and people representing the cultural sector can really understand better what a relevance is. So you just start from zero here. If you allow, I could say that the legislation of preparedness means that all parties have to prepare, and the cultural sector has been now here seen, and it's a rather thin level of preparedness. We need to recruit people and to start thinking about this in general. If you think of being ready, prepare yourselves. It's been challenged by the fact that you said how to organize. These are different sets of how to organize. We have third sector, small stakeholders, but it should become more professional so that they have the idea of being ready, prepared. I think it was already highlighted if you think of COVID-19 pandemic. It was visible in particular throughout that time. In times of crisis, what is the play we role for this nation and for all of us, for the whole society? What is our role? It is not detached from this society. We are a way for resilience. And when you have a crisis ongoing, it becomes visible. And for me, the worst part during the COVID-19 pandemic was that I did not have the collective experience anymore. Because to me, that is the nutrition that keeps me going. So doing things collectively, and that the shortage of that during that pandemic was the most difficult thing for me, professionally speaking. So you have to prepare yourself during the good times so that in times of disturbance you are ready. Exactly. We are now speaking about if you think of a country in war, in a crisis, what about the culture and relevance for the country? But think about Ukraine. Culture, that can be also a political thing, can be seen as unpolitical sector. And it has been very easy to see internationally the meaning for Ukraine as a state played by culture. And through culture you can support the country. It's easier to support cultural projects or something related to culture than go directly and give financial help to other operations of the society. Go ahead, Hanna. Yes, I would like to bring up one point. As we talk about security of supply and culture, quite often perhaps you think that it is just a tool and you instrumentalize culture and it is part of the national defense, it's harnessed in that interest. But please remember that culture has a value of its own. In order for us to have something to defend, because we have our culture in place, that makes us original as a nation. So I think it's not just that we have a tool, the culture, but culture is itself the valuable thing. I think if you think of Ukraine, we have seen it over there, where to strike in the cities. Cultural targets. And what are things going on? They want to protect their cultural, historic heritage they have, because that glues a nation together. And that is visible over there. So national identity is being built around culture and cultural targets? Yes. Well, now we arrive to the question, cultural assets, cultural heritage, how to preserve that. In The Hague 70 years ago, we have the UNESCO Convention to guarantee that nation can secure their cultural heritage. But it was only actually revived through the disruption or dismantling of former Yugoslavia, and now again. And I think it's about the material side. Well, that's easy. Have the Atenian paintings to a gauge to protect them. But about the world heritage? Rauma or Valvera, what do you do with these heritages? So these immaterial heritage, like every person's rights or so forth. So how to protect that? It is very difficult, but it is all about common sense, and it's all about being together and national narrative. These are important tasks. Go ahead. No, I'm fine. Well, I wanted to add. I think it's very important to know the cultural heritage we have through literature, the history of all arts, to know our history in general, because that is a way for us to assure the existence of our own culture. We have to cherish this as well and teach, of course, to the new generations. People are worried about literature capacity of young people, and now we think of reading literature in general. That's the best way to develop your skills. So this is a valuable thing of its own, and we just have to make efforts, because that should be seen also in political decision-making and have investments into culture. So not only words, but indeed action and political decision-making as well. If you think of a critical thinking, critical literature capacity, and in different crises you need to understand and grasp how others are trying to influence us, what type of different texts you can interpret yourself. That is a priority for us. We have to understand that. So I want to highlight culture is part of our way of thinking, what kind of thinkers we are, what kind of readers we are, how do we understand the world. It is all intertwined. And it is not just a narrow approach that we have high culture, but these are very basic things, that these are civic skills. They are related to culture and cultural competencies. You referred to the collective experiences of being there during the pandemic, Janne. And if you think of mental security of supply, and meaning of arts and culture, how to tolerate something that is disturbing to us. And do you have perhaps any experiences of that yourselves? Quite often it is said that art is a way for escapism to escape from your everyday life and to get rid of things. I think it's the other way around. They should be mirroring us things because we can learn from culture and we can see that we are part of a bigger picture ourselves. So it is not about that we consume culture in order to have an experience and then look away if something's going on that is not that pleasant. I was thinking as well that culture and literature are all linked to life. They are not detached from life. If I think of my personal crisis myself, I was seriously ill. So I would say that literature would have for any crisis, collective crisis, personal crisis, you can find ways to have new approaches. If you face a new situation, somebody else felt the same thing. So you can find that already and put it into words, describe this in different forms of art. And it's the feeling that you're not alone with this thing and you can find new approaches. And quite often having different perspectives is in particular characteristic for arts, because arts and culture teach us to have multiple approaches. I would say yes, multiple approaches and awareness. This is a way to handle things, and therefore you can keep your distance to the difficult topic you are handling, and you can be more resilient in that situation because of that. And that is the power of arts, which can be seen in the midst of crisis. I fully agree about these 2 points, and I would like to supplement that art is a way also to handle a trauma and go forward. If I give you an example of Germany, Second World War, everything that happened over there, how much those things have been nationally, internationally dealt with, but in particularly nationally dealt through different forms of art. And you can still see that even today in Germany. And as I discussed with Germans today, they still say it's even too much present. But I have been thinking myself, if you think of a strong nation, culturally strong nation as they are, how were they able to move on, move forward in time? And I would say their cultural identity, which is a strong one, and there's a strong presence of culture in their process, that all played a major role here. Well, I could continue on that. I have done some research on literature during Holocaust, and I do admire the diversity, how German literature has dealt with that trauma. And that is a good example of looking into the mirror. So you face the difficulties through art or through literature. So in particular, this truthfulness there, are difficult questions, and literature is not having opposition between facts and fiction, but the narration doesn't mean in literature you couldn't handle truth and be truthful. Well, emotional truths are there, but also historical events can be dealt with, and that can be closer to the truth compared to what you are able to see in the media. So literature, authors deal with these questions, and I think of the role of Germans in the World War II when they perhaps were not able to handle these things in the public sphere. Oh, there was a reference made to art being a means in communication and a tool. Therefore, you mentioned that you have background in journalism as well, and we have experience also of using journalism and using influence and information. But what about that, influencing information, media, and polarization? Well, I would like to continue what was just said earlier, that artists and cultural stakeholders are the critics of power. That is always a good thing. But those who have the power have been using art and culture in their own interest as well. The propaganda, if you think of any posters, flyers, or in marching songs. You can find all of that. Talking about Ukraine, Russia has been aware and to want to destroy cultural targets willingly. And if you think of Lenin, not been interesting subject in Russia for a long time, but if they're going to move away from park a statue of Lenin in Lithuania or renaming a street, there's immediately a note on that. So they do use these things, targets, they are metaphor related to culture, they're representations, but they've been used as ways of political action. And you, I'm sure, could go length about the same topic. I'm sure you understand me. Think about your war in Ukraine, and then it's a narrative of war. So narration and narrative is there. And when you think of the alternative truth by Russia, they tell about the reasons for the war and their own justifications, because they have the alternative history writing. And that stories play a major role, cultural stories, and they build an alternative for the truth. And the media in Russia participate in that. So they have different reliability or reality from us. So therefore, what is the meaning of reality? They have different meanings, and they have building a narrative on that different alternative. So that shows to you the power of stories. Therefore, you have to be critical when you read stories. You have to be able to identify how these alternative worlds are being built through stories. If we would now start to give to any stockholders, decision makers, a short list of factors, what are the factors for cultural security of supply? I would say it all supports resilience. That's the first point. I'm sure the list would be very long. I would say mental resilience in crisis is the first top thing. But how to build that? You have to remember that this is a country where we have rule of law, this is democracy, we have great educational level, great media literacy capacity, we trust each other, we trust those who have the power. So we can build on top of that. So any security of supply, but that of culture as well. I think I already did highlight this. It all starts from the critical thinking. You have the capacity to think critically, and you have the critical literature approach as well. And that is something that the comprehensive school should teach the pupils, and up to the diversity of culture that should be cherished. And as I said, there has to be investments in that as well, efforts made. It is, we don't have as such a, well, just like that, rich culture, we have to have the efforts. But these things are not detached from the basic things such as trust and other basic values like fairness and justice. So we do need to have the preconditions in place to have culture as a hobby, to develop our own creativity, and we also need to have this cultural diversity valued in the society. I think it's very detrimental to have a very narrow narrative of being a Finn. You have to take into account different approaches, this diversity as a value in our culture currently.
Lisa, well, in general, I feel that it's important to increase the amount of dialogue that we have around these topics. In the cultural sector, we're creating our own art for the sake of that art, and it has other values included, of course. But a defense course that I took really gave me a better understanding on all the other things that are going on in a society when there is a crisis, and I hadn't really had an understanding of the different roles that the cultural sector has in such situations, and clearly others hadn't either, because after the crisis, the cultural sector was introduced as a new sector to the big picture. And in the cultural sector, we also have to have a better understanding of our purpose and our task in crisis situations in the society. Of course, in good times, we create our art, but then in situations of crisis, we have to accept that now I have also other tasks that I work for. When we talk about emergency supply and security of supply, we talk about interdependencies. If we don't have electricity, we can't do certain things, and then in the end, our toilets don't function, and so on. To include the cultural sector, it is quite new when we consider these. There are the mental level, the mental dimension, but also the practical things. We have to move the population in a particular city and move them elsewhere. Who else is going to do that? It's the event sector. They know exactly where to get the transportable toilets and trucks and so on. Another example from the corona pandemic, we had to provide vaccines to the city, and we organized the facilities in a cultural venue that was otherwise closed, of course, and we had thousands of events going on, each lasting only 5 minutes. So what you said before, that's exactly true. We know how to logistically move things around, move people around and move other facilities around, and to do that in a safe way. That was a very good practical example also to me how in the cultural and event sector we're able to be of assistance. Lisa, another important notion, someone mentioned that the army is able to move things and people around. Of course, they know that, but when there is a situation of crisis or a situation of war, army doesn't have time to do that. So different actors in the society have their own role and their own tasks in a situation of crisis. So if people want to move around in a facility, yes, we know very well how to organize that in the best possible way. Another thing, even though Churchill never said that what do we defend if we don't defend culture, but that's exactly what this is about. In order to have defense and the willingness to defend something, we have to believe in the society that we are a part of. We want to maintain that society, and we have to have belief and trust in the cultural heritage that we have. So cultural facilities and venues were referred to. So if we think about their role in the big picture, in the infrastructure, what do you want to say about that? We have a project where we go through critical objects, targets, things that we need to maintain and protect. So in some kind of pole that went down in Janakkala may not be part of that, but is the cultural house in Helsinki more important, more valuable than the Olympic Stadium in Helsinki, for example, or the music hall? We have to consider what are the priorities and what these venues and facilities are used for. If we have a lot of bodies, for example, that accumulate very quickly, what do we do? Because already now in normal times, our mortuaries are full. This is a nasty thing to think about, but we need to take the sports facilities in use for that as well. Lisa, Jenny Marttinen, when she was a musician, Finnish musician, when she was living in New York at the time of the COVID, Jenny Vartiainen, she saw from her window everything that was going on in the hospital with the bodies being driven in. Because the hospital was just across the street from her apartment. So COVID pandemic started very quickly, very suddenly, but then we have other crises that are more difficult to perceive as crises, that are different in nature. And literature introduces new perspectives into that also. It gives people tools to perceive various different types of crises that are difficult for people to perceive. And I think in the future, various ecological catastrophes are going to have a bigger role. And the codependencies are not only about practical things like electricity, it's about our core dependency on nature and how the Finnish nation is dependent on other nations. We're not separate. So this really applies to people's, individuals and societies' dependency on nature. That's also important to remember in these discussions. I go back to the facilities and venues. I pretty much create venues and spaces as my job. I plan them, I design them. So performing or relaying a story doesn't really require a space, a venue. Stories never die, even if we don't have a single facility or venue left. Stories keep on living. All you need is two people, one listening and one sharing. Lisa, when we talked about the facilities, I was thinking that luckily, on the other hand, when Dresden was being bombed completely to the ground in Germany, it was rebuilt. So the tangible is also there in the foundation. And on the streets of Dresden, street theater was born. Theater was being offered, it was available all the time because it brought the community together in those hard times. We started with stories, and personally I have thought about the story that unites all Finns, which was how Finland was rebuilt after the time of war and how our war restitutions brought us forward. Those generations are hardly around anymore. So what could be the future story of Finland that would unite us Finns in this diversifying Finland and world? Hanna? Well, in general, this kind of model of one story is perhaps in the past. I think in general, diversity, Finland is a country where we want to respect human rights and we appreciate cultural diversity and we take into account our dependency on others, the international community, and as part of other species, other communities around the world. So from one big kind of overbearing story, moving towards several stories about respecting human rights and the rights of others. The sense of community, diversity, the international perspective, I hope those are things that will help us build this world together. Lisa, I agree with what was already said, and of course, healthy pride in how well the Finnish society rose from the experiences of the wars. And as a second point, I'd like to highlight our relationship to nature, which I feel is closely related to the Finnish culture. Except in Kainuu in these days. Teuvo, well, Topelius's main literature work was in key position. We have managed in this harsh environment and conditions. I think that's in the foundation. And at the same time, of course, like Hanna said, we have several stories now about what it is to be Finnish and Finns instead of one single story about us. I believe we still have a few minutes for questions from the audience. Please go ahead. Please wait for the microphone, then also people following remotely can hear you. Mikko Salo from Fakta Bar. On Friday, we are organizing a session related to this of the security of supply of information or data. So, very similar topic. Culture is an extremely important aspect in that also. And then this conventional crisis that Finland is prepared for, this technological revolution.
Me lähdetään tavallaan sellaisen digisivistyksen tai sivistyksen, mutta yhtä lailla digiajan sivistyksen niin kuin välttämättömyydestä, koska sitten
consider the digital time and the education related to it as key. There are elements, brand new elements included in it. Is this kind of what technology is causing? Is that part of the discussion? It must have an impact on us, and also in various networks, how we are being impacted on. All these channels are being utilized for that. Is this an aspect that is included in the discussion? Of course, in the Emergency Supply Agency, this cuts through everything, but in relation to the cultural sector, it hasn't been brought forward, it hasn't been highlighted in particular, no. Lisa? Well, related to this, in the future, a lot of things will be done through coding. And it has been asked, why should girls also learn coding? But actually, it's important that we Finns also produce material to be coded, and as that diverse people in the Finnish society produce that data, because in the future, text forms and impacts the world, and AI is going to be creating a lot of those texts. So we need new code, and that code should originate from diverse people. Hanna, the question of people sitting in front of various devices continuously, we have a generation that has been dealing with devices since they were very small, since they were born, and how that impacts people's ability to focus, to concentrate. That is a big discussion going on right now, and is closely related to the topics we've discussed here today. For example, how to regulate school children's use of devices. And I believe we're going to be seeing many changes. We will get better and be better at identifying the impacts, how that impacts literacy and the ability to focus. That will also be part of cultural competences. That was a good presentation, introduction to the session on Friday. Thank you, Teuvo, Liisa, Janne and Hanna. Excellent discussion. And Cultural Campus Turku wishes everyone inspiring meetings here in Turku. Thank you for participating.
Kiitos paljon kaikille ohjelman osallistujille.
Thank you very much for everyone who participated on this stage. The program will continue at 4:30 p.m. when our former Prime Minister Paavo Lipponen is going to be discussing the future of Europe. And in the meantime, there's coffee served downstairs. We'll see you in a moment.
Hei, ja tervetuloa kuuntelemaan keskustelua EUn kohtalon vuodesta 2025.
Concerning 2025 Year of Destiny for Europe and Finland. This is a reflection by the former Prime Minister and SDB leader Paavo Lipponen on the European Union's future and the role of Finland in this changing world and also political and economic outlook.
The next program, 2025, the Year of Destiny for Europe and Finland, will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in English via the Interpify application. You can download it onto your smartphone using the QR code on the screen. Please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. Olkaa hyvä. Eurooppa-foorumi Turussa ry ja Paavo Lipponen.
At European Forum in Finland and Turku and Paavo Lipponen, please. I'm not Paavo Lipponen. I am Reijo Kemppinen, but I have the great honor and joy to interview Paavo Lipponen. Well, I don't think he needs any further introduction, but only a few people in politics in Finland have been involved in so many things as you. Speaker of the Parliament, Prime Minister, leader of SDP, and also an author and leader of the Foreign Policy Institute. Involved in so many different things. As long as I've known him, so his heart is always beating for Europe. And how do I know this? I have met him for the first time. It was in 1991. I used to be a journalist in Brussels myself, and one day there was a Commission information event. I came home and my wife Maria told me that there was a phone call by somebody called Lipponen. There was a fixed line at the time. I said, what Lipponen? I said, well, Paavo Lipponen. And then we got a contact and I found out that Paavo Lipponen, who was then actually in charge of the Foreign Policy Institute, leading that, and there was only one researcher at that time, he wanted to just have a chat, just to discuss about the world and Europe in particular and what is going on. And me as a journalist, for me, it was and still is a rare experience. So, not just popping up to a meeting with an agenda and say what has been written, but you wanted to listen and discuss. This is a basis of trust, and I think we can really get to the deep end of things. We don't chit-chat today, we will talk about facts, and with long experience and wisdom has brought, and a vision on the European Union and Finland that only this person can have. And therefore I wanted to this room of this size because we're full of people and we have all ages here represented and those who have heart beating for Europe. So you had this morning the chance to listen to the Prime Minister's address, and then after that the former Prime Minister Enrico Letta of Italy, whom you know. So you heard about how he thinks how the internal market should be developed. So indeed, getting to the deeper end of things. So what thoughts do you have on that? A mayor, actually. Oh, mayor, indeed, as well. You will hear more about that. Well, I don't know what he's going to tell us. Let's wait and see. Well, the introduction was actually confusing for me, but thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity. And Madame Hara in Swedish as well. Almost, that's the end of languages for me. But it is great fun to be on this side of the river. Because I come from the other side of the river myself. So what is the right side? It's the European side of things. That is the right one. Well, indeed, this morning there were addresses made. And also mayor. They were all interesting speeches. There was also a common denominator that really impressed me because each and every person out of three speakers was very committed to European affairs, to deal with European questions. Prime Minister, I have to say that he really scored. I can give him points now. We former Prime Ministers always think that, well, they are now learning to do the thing we did. But indeed, this was impressive. And I did wish all the best to Prime Minister before he left. Because there are challenges, and these challenges are immense. And I do wish that he will make sure that it is the Prime Minister that will lead European questions. And that covers all European policy, also common security and foreign policy. So you can't make a compromise here. The President leads foreign policy together, jointly with the cabinet. So the President is bound by the views of the government, and they have to have a common view. And, well, perhaps it has not yet been thoroughly discussed yet, but I know it is not the topic of today's session. And I think Letta's report was really necessary. There is a need for what he said. And indeed, in certain sectors, how you can really go forward and create proper internal markets. And I did want to tell him that in the Nordic countries, we have been implementing this. Is it 30 years now already? We have the telemarkets. That was during the Aho government. And then we have now common energy markets. But we don't have that in the European Union. When I was a candidate for the chair of the Commission, we had common energy policy on the agenda. Diversification of importing energy. And here we are today. All of these years were wasted years. So I wanted to wish all the best and success to Enrico Letta and his program that hopefully will be implemented. I can come back to a topic where I disagree with him. But I would take up what the mayor said. There was a story. So a year ago, in the Atlantic Club, I gave a speech. And I think perhaps you remember as well.
It's about the
economy, stupid. And I actually would like to repeat that now you should say it's about the narratives, stupid. So I think Mayor quite rightly took this up. It is all about narrative for Europe, but it is also about the narrative for Finland at the same time. So Finland being part of the European narrative. Chancellor Scholz said, brought up Scheidewende, this term, and before that, Energiewende was the word. And I think we should go through all of that and ask, what is Zeitenwende? What kind of narrative are we building of everything that has happened? And what is the turning point right now? The President spoke yesterday along lines saying that so far, somehow, we have been there to adjust ourselves and we have survived. And I don't quite understand that. Well, European enthusiast, President Stubb, that I have known myself, it used to be actually President Koivisto's idea of Finland, that we are here to survive as a country. That was the thing. But even during those times, we were not just stupid on the chessboard. No, we had a say. If you think of Nordic integration, that is the furthest of developments long before the European Union was even well developed. And as we then joined the European Union, we did go there, even though the other side of the door, if needed, to have our say, do things. We were not there to just survive. No, we were there to have our say, influence on things. And it was all about doing things and surviving together. How will Europe survive right now? At the same time, that is the point. And a year ago, when I gave that speech, I set the narratives into a certain setup, saying that we have the Finnish foreign policy, long policy, and for instance, a part of that is that just opening your mouth and just all the time saying some bits and pieces is not the tradition of the Finnish foreign policy. The opposite is the revanche type of narrative. And it means that now that we've joined NATO, everything has changed. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said imprudently, maybe even, when we were about to join NATO and joined NATO, that now Finland is an actual Western country. What about the self-esteem in that? We are forerunners of democracy as a country. We are more Western than majority of NATO member states. NATO is not a value community for us in that regard. You have the Turks, you have Orban, you have all kinds of regressional darkness over there. And there is a historic background to this, because Eastern Europe was a feudal area. Finland became a Western country when we became part of Sweden. So, therefore, you have to have a self-esteem here. Becoming a member of NATO is a piece of cake compared to what we face in the European Union. That is the question of destiny for us. How will the European Union survive? And therefore, our destiny is defined therein. The NATO solution was quite logic, thinking of the option we had in the government. Not everybody even liked that, even in the government, and not all presidents liked that. But it was an essential thing. We were as close to NATO as possible, but not being a member. And if you compare to Sweden, us joining NATO, it was a very difficult thing. Well, the membership in the European Union was as well. But you have to sort of shake things up a bit in your line of thinking. What has changed and what are the real challenges? I think they were very much highlighted by the Prime Minister's speech. And there was a huge agenda, actually, terrible agenda that he has to deal with the government as well. And you need president there as well. So we are here giving mental support, and it just can't happen that if you think of Prime Minister Sanna Marin and having very sort of a destiny question of the European Council, and there's no support by the president for that. That is something I couldn't understand. From Sauli Niinistö, who has well done his foreign policy work and his role. And now he's been criticized here. He was, understanding too much the fundamentals of foreign policy. Well, it is about the long line of foreign policy. Apparently it's not fashionable anymore. Now, the question is, as we know, there are challenges. And all of that requires huge capability from European Union for decision making. So, are we talking about the right topics? There are scholars, Päivi Leino-Sandberg and Tapio Raunio, who wrote a couple of years ago about this, saying that we don't have a real European debate. And tomorrow I will speak more on a different language about that question. And this is the biggest challenge. And here I disagree with Lettan, because he said that the institutional questions should not at all be dealt with or discussed. But how can the European Union enlarge itself and become larger if you don't ask and talk about institutions? And I will go through that fundamentally tomorrow in my speech. And of course, Ukraine. That is the challenge that is a priority. Finland is preparing itself, Europe is preparing itself. We have to be prepared for hundreds of billions for reconstruction. So that is the effort when peace, some kind of peace is there. And then we also speak about, I said, the enlargement. And I think we should discuss that more. But maybe we could go towards a wrong direction here. If we prepare ourselves and we allocate resources to that. Well, you think Russia. Russia is a warning example. It is not enough to have those resources for the fundamental thing that the Prime Minister spoke about. That is competitiveness and improvement of it, because that requires joint effort. We cannot exclude the common debt.
Finland cannot stand in front of no, no, no and just duck its feet in the ground. So in some way we have to be able to manage this. There are ways within the current agreement to improve the situation, of course, but we cannot avoid this question and look past it. As the Prime Minister said, Europe is behind. We need those investments. We cannot continue having 2/3 of the budget just cover cohesion and agriculture. That is unbearable. That is not sustainable. And then when we discuss how to make Europe strong, truly strong, the European Union, to be truly strong. How can it be strong if the basis of our economy is weak? And then people keep saying, can we make this small investment? There's arguments about it. And something that is not discussed at all is acquiring our own assets, our own monetary tools. Because I think that is key. Of course, loan packages, we must have restraint on those. And we have to find a common agreement how we can finance things ourselves for these various priorities. Well, that was quite a lot of things already. Yes, quite a extensive reply to the first question, but that is exactly what you promised. We agreed on this. I will speak, and then you will hear what I have to say, and then you can annoy me a bit further. And that's what I'm planning to do. Let's get back to Letta. I believe the audience also remembers when President Macron was speaking about strategic independence. Apologies, I completely forgot to mention autonomy mentioned by Letta. Well, I'm not sure if I'm sure in Finland people were chuckling about that, and a few years later it received a lot of content and nobody even remembers the name of it. But you said yourself that Europe has to stand on its own feet, and this is not only about the ability to defend Europe. We have to decrease our dependency on all those areas where European values are not in the forefront. And you said right now that 2/3 of the budget is outside of the power of the Commission. So we have to have a proper renovation on budget. Commission has started to prepare the next budget, and I'm sure the negotiations will get started full speed next summer. Isn't this something we have to get our hands dirty in? We have to influence people and topics. And where does that really happen, that advocacy work? Well, a lot of noise in advance on advocacy and influencing. An old person like me starts to laugh. You know, why else would we be there in the EU if not to impact things? We don't need to invent the wheel again, that you need to conduct advocacy work in the EU. No, best of luck to everyone who does that anyway. Truly, right now, and I do believe that our government is going to be active on this. They will really focus on the budget or the financial framework. Of course, we need to discuss the actual budget and for what type of periods the budgets are going to cover. Well, it's quite clear. It's going to be the parliamentary term, but we don't really have a proper discussion here in Finland either on the EU budget. These two researchers that I mentioned previously, that was one of their main points, that the parliament, many of the council meetings there are closed meetings. Our politicians also, we've taken steps backwards in their expertise and know-how on the EU matters. You know, people should network more. But getting back to the budget, it all begins by deciding what we allocate money for. Agricultural, cohesion funds. And after that, you know, we also need to consider the expansion. There was a study when 18 countries currently are receiving. That amount will drop to about 13 if Ukraine joins, because so much of the finances needs to be allocated to Ukraine, because Ukraine's agricultural covers 1/5 of the whole agriculture in the EU. But we cannot have this spirit that we are hands tied. We're not allowed to acquire funds, whether that is a joint debt in a controlled manner, but we need own funds. Letta talked about the development of the internal markets, and before we came into the room, he was explaining how Romano Prodi, his former supervisor and friend as well, told him that you need to go to the capital and speak about these topics, and he used good examples. You mentioned telecommunications, and he mentioned mentioned financial services, which is outside of the framework of the internal markets. Do you agree? His paper introduces a lot of topics, but many of those topics are going to be on the next Commission agenda. How central are those policy updates going to be? And also the state subsidy policy. Yes, indeed. The lack of a joint energy policy is appalling, and that is related to the fact that Germany started to get rid of its nuclear power and became dependent on Russian energy, Russian gas, and this has been a vital question to Germany's industries. Germany became dependent, and we all saw what happened to Germany's competitiveness. Luckily, they have recovered from that to some extent, but what did we do? We decided to build more nuclear energy, and we never became dependent on Russian gas. But I will not get into which government it was. The Green Party wanted gas, by the way, at that point. I wonder if there are any guilty parties present here. This discussion got started back in the day. I proposed that since he, right here, was the man who brought us into the European Union as a prime minister, and his life story is going to come out, be published, and you said, no, we need to talk about the future. We need to continue on the future and not talk about the past. Tomorrow you're going to be talking about the future, but we cannot avoid this discussion that Letta also started. There are two kinds of countries in Europe, he said, small countries and countries who do not understand yet that they are small countries. So is our historical baggage too heavy? Are we not mentally already ready for such big steps forward? Before I comment on this, it was Aho's government who was in charge when Finland joined the EU, taking the first steps towards the membership in 1985, and it was also decisive that Martti Ahtisaari's and myself, the stand that we represented was voted on before Sweden voted. But regarding all these challenges that we face, it is imperative that we prioritize. And we must have some type of order for things regarding what we're planning to do. And it is also a leadership question, how policy is being made. So there. Another topic that isn't extensively discussed. Yes, leadership is an interesting question. The first chairmanship of Finland in 1999. The European Council in Tampere, that was in one sense a unique event, because that was one of the first times when the chair country managed to set the tone and said we need to have one priority. How did that happen? How did that come to be? I think the capital tour that you did was very influential, had a big impact. Well, that all started with the discussions I had with Gerhard Schröder. We said, okay, these things need to be on the agenda, and we should organize an extra meeting, extra conference, and then the commission changed. That just happened. And the very first time Commission arrived at a meeting in its new team was in Tampere, in Finland, whereas we had prepared ourselves already for a long time. I went to various capital cities, we had our own programs, agendas, and we went out and sought support. So we were not just wise, it was about gathering support little by little so that we were able to present the type of papers we did in Tampere. The Commission tried to do their own thing and so on, but our officials, they were so competent that they managed the situation very well. I was well prepared. It was a difficult meeting, but under these circumstances, and I was on that foundation, I was able to chair and take things forward. There is another version of these events as well, but from Brussels, there was also some pressure put on, but then I heard that Paavo Lipponen put his hand on the table and said, this is what we're going to do. Well, everyone was satisfied. Jacques Chirac apparently mentioned certain adjectives in reference to the events, and perhaps myself, but I haven't paid attention to those that much. So Petri Tuomi-Nikula managed to there is this Thomas Edison's electrical light that was there in a museum in Tampere. It arrived in Tampere a long time ago to the factory, and it was there in the middle of the table, and only the state heads were present. And Petri Tuomi-Nikula had set it there, and that was a genius move. And when I asked, there was a window out of which you could see the Finlayson factory area, and I shared the story about this Edison's light bulb. And I explained how this electric lights were introduced here, and Tampere was the second place in Europe after Paris where electric lighting was introduced. So I added that to the script. And I mentioned, what would you have said if it came to Tampere before Paris? And of course, Jacques Chirac was sitting there as well. Well, this is about having good self-esteem. By God, Finland was one of the most progressive countries in Scandinavia. We had working telephone lines before elsewhere in Europe, and women's right to vote, and so on, and so on. And good stories are being invented here.
Mutta jos se yleisöltä jäi ohi, niin tämä oli vähän skuuppi, että nämä kauan odotut muistelmat.
But there was a scoop that the memoirs are not yet in the print house, but they're going to be published soon. And there were a lot of things said. How much did I need to pay for you? to advertise that? Well, you haven't told me what is the title. Well, I have a few more weeks to go. Okay, but there's pressure, time there. But that is a great bridge as for the future. The Tampere Council was about justice and home affairs, and it was a successful meeting because of leadership, I would say. But do you think that there were other main topics that were unsolved? There was an outside pressure that we now feel was not there. Asylum processes and the agreements, legal immigration and defending foreign borders or the outside borders, external borders. Well, there is one thing that you asked me about. So referring to nationalism and the upheaval of that in Europe that has taken place. And also, related to that, we have two axes, so France and Germany taking steps backward. And that also influenced the political will. How can we do the imperative things we need to do? Immigration policy, migration policy being one, because for the first time that was brought up then. So indeed, it is extremely difficult topic. And there's no outcome unless you understand that there is not any big country, but you need to have a common spirit. If there is not France and Germany building that, then things are going into bad direction. But it's the same here. The domestic discussion, we talk about the eastern border, illegal migration, risks and threats. But what about the legal migration? What are the means related to that? And we need labor force in these areas. How do we get labor force? And the EU plays a role here as well. This question is indeed about these topics that we have a hard time talking about. Starting from not saying anything at all about the future of Europe. If I could wish anything from our Prime Minister after that great speech he made, the entire agenda was being made visible for us, and then also good views on different topics were shared. So the future of Europe as well should get attention. And I would say it's about the narrative, the idea of a story. You need to have something greater, a driver in place to make sure that Europe is worth developing, and we believe that we will survive this and we will come around again. And this is what we have been now doing here in Turku. We're searching that. So, strength from each other, and we should find that in the European Union. And it is not that, as you think of Europe, Finland rather, it's about the media. Media is all the time speaking about what to get from Europe. Well, we don't get anything from Europe unless European Union functions well and solves problems. So therefore, I would say hello to all of you. Wouldn't this be the time to understand this point, also in the Finnish Parliament? Well, the Parliament, but if I think about people entering here, I recognized old colleagues of mine, familiar faces, but why is it me asking questions? So, what about the audience? Do you have any questions? I can't really see well, there are bright lights, but I do know that there are professionals there ready to bring you a microphone. If you just show to these individuals that you would like to take the floor, ask any question. And I can just anonymously, because I can't see you anything, so you can ask me without indication of your name. Well, do you find anyone, or are you all shy? Very good.
Hey,
Hello, I'm Kaisa Sorapesonen, the director in charge of Swedish EU forestry questions, and that was actually a brilliant introduction to the topic. And I would like to ask you, Paavo, what do you think as we take into account, well, the future? I agree that our Prime Minister is doing great European policy right now, especially taking into account the challenges in the internal politics. And there is a very strong drive and agenda right now saying that Finland wants to again have the profile in EU questions, and also in Brussels. The government is really determined in their work. And I've been living a long time and working in Brussels myself. But what do you think about the next 5 years? As there's new terms starting, and this weekend and tomorrow there will be decisions and so forth. So what about the enlargement? There has to be changes for enlargement. So what are the biggest questions we need to be talking about here? I know reallocation of the budget, but how can we do things in practice? And how do we get the citizens and the member states involved into this huge challenge? What are the requirements? Thank you. Thank you. Well, in Sweden, I think it's more in peace. There's one difference between Sweden and Finland, even in these questions. But I think Prime Minister and Letta both, they spoke about, in particular Letta had some thoughts on the defense industry, because Timo Pesonen works there and has been praised a lot for his work. For instance, in June in Sweden, they were saying that great work. So yes, indeed, it is an important question. We should have European industry. And then we have to seek what are the ways, what are the inputs that we need to have in place with common debt if needed, so that we can direct the funds. And of course we have different countries that have different positions, but this is one example of something where we can do a lot. And therefore it is very good to have that report. But the big question is enlargement and Ukraine. So I would say that there is a lot of people thinking only about the enlargement and geopolitics, that this is important. And of course, yes, I agree, it is important. But what about our readiness? Are we ready? Are we prepared? And Tony Barber, and in Financial Times, there is an article, again and again actually, on how can we get in countries who just don't want to take in the standards or don't fulfill the criteria. If you think of Bulgaria as one example, when a country becomes a member, then they no longer have the tools. The tools to really become 100% and fulfill the criteria. So we do have problems out there. And what do we take in as problems? And then thinking that is politically unavoidable, we have to do that. But how do we deal with the financial questions as well? And this is a long, long process. And I do remember with Kutsma, as was it in 2000 something, 3 maybe, when we discussed about that. No, there is objective of joining Europe, becoming a member, and it's not really smooth. And the reply was everything depends on the EU, but they did not do anything themselves. And then the Western countries neglected Ukraine for years and years. Which country did operate? Well, Russia. Russia invested in there. And Well, Cyprus was the biggest Western investor. What about the source for that money? Where did it come from? Well, we only have 2 minutes, so let's now have the final thing. I have twofold question. First, a short answer, please. And I do know something about the answer already. And the second one is the introduction to the discussion for tomorrow. June, you went to Sweden. And did you meet Persson? And was Persson still agreeing about joining Euro? Well, Persson was originally, from day one, thinking that line. And we had a joint discussion at Samtal and Hanasari. Was it 2-3 years ago? And I said during that event, when I was listening first to Persson, musiik i mina öron, so music to my ears, what he said. He understood immediately that EMU is a political solution where it's all about influence. And he said originally that devaluation's time is history, when he was the Minister of Finance himself. So what about those who write about the Nordic countries and the EU? I'm not citing any authors' names here, but there are very elementary source of criticism that was never done when they wrote their pieces. They just sort of let us understand that everybody has been against EMU. Well, it just happened that it was difficult to be a member of the European Union, and then therefore the European Monetary Union was even more difficult. Therefore, we faced a situation where way back in time, when I was a candidate myself, and well, with bad luck, in Berlin's Gazette there was an article that Benelux could be 9-0. So if you think of all of the opening positions that we had it given out in the EU. Well, my last question is now the introduction towards tomorrow's discussions. You refer to that enlargement is a huge challenge. Well, historically, is it necessary? It might be impossible if we are not ready for it. So what kind of EU is ready for that? What about the 27 member states EU? Is it possible to be ready to become even larger, including Ukraine, in the time frame that will be given to us by history? Or is it like Jean-Paul Prisk said 10 years ago in his book that you well know, he deduced that you have to build that only when you have a larger Euro group, including Sweden? Well, here the question is indeed about push forward. Is it, well, constructive cooperation where you would form, as actually now already, as you think of the EMU, so there are certain layers. And it is possible, and actually tomorrow we can talk more about this. It is possible, little by little, to get have them in. Also Barbara wrote about this. Have sort of a partial membership. You get that portion when you fulfill the criteria. And I think that could mean that the right to vote in council would not be received immediately. Or if you get that right, then there are things like defense and the European Monetary Union, which and also the eventually others decide on that. But I think it is imperative that the requirement of being unanimous in the policy will be changed. Thank you very much. Thank you, audience. And as you saw, tomorrow there's an interesting discussion coming up in another language concerning all the options. But if this would be the introduction for tomorrow's discussion, so I'm sure we are happy with that. Thank you all, and applause indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you, organizers, and also those who are here to discuss, and the audience. We will close today's program on this stage, but we'll continue here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with Business Turku and Chamber of Commerce panel. What about our competitiveness and investments and the future of investments and innovation in Europe? Let's all see tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the program will continue at 9 a.m. at the little stage where Business Turku and Turku Chamber of Commerce will start the day with a panel where is European competitiveness headed, the future of investments and innovations in Europe. Thank you and see you tomorrow.